You're back in the Soda Mansion, everyone, with the RPG Capper. Tonight, we conclude our inaugural strategy series for Warsong for the Sega Genesis. And we only have 2 scenarios left, so let's bring this on home, shall we? Like I said, only 2 scenarios to go before we finally end our very first game on the strategy as part of the RPG Capper strategy series on this here channel. So it's been quite a wild ride this whole time, but it's time to really, it's like I said, time to finally close the book on Warsong tonight. And we're gonna keep this stream going as long as possible until the final 2 scenarios are completed and the game is cleared. Lord Manny, thank you very much for coming in. Great to see you. And join me as we tackle the remainder of Warsong for the Sega Genesis. So, without further ado, let's get started. Yeah, I'm actually just starting my stream a little bit earlier tonight because I need to tackle the last 2 scenarios for this game, and the final 2 scenarios for Warsong are quite long. So that's why I need to start the stream a little bit earlier tonight. I've never... normally I start around 10 o'clock due to my regular busy schedule, but it's raining outside, so I'm not doing as much work outside today as expected, so I have now more time to finish this tonight. Okay, without further ado, let's start. So how have you been doing? Alright, just give me one quick second here. Okay, I've got some issues with the controller. Hang on a minute. Ah, boy. Sorry, guys, a little bit of technical difficulties. But let's try this again. Let me just get out of here and just restart Kega Fusion. Alright. I don't know where Warsong could be capped. I thought it was like Gemfire. No. If I were to spam one particular commander, it's possible to cap them. But hang on. We'll discuss this as we go along. But to cap all your commanders is not realistic. I've had to go through. I had to do some read-ups on this. And at most you could do is you could pretty much try to cap one commander, but all your commanders, it's not possible. But that is precisely why I had to refer to this particular part of RPG Capper as RPG Capper Strategy Series rather than RPG Capper Capping Sessions. So that's a bit of there's a little difference there. So we're gonna try our best to see if we can get one of our commanders capped, but if they cannot be realistically capped, then they cannot be realistically capped. Unfortunately, it would help matters if the game allowed you to replay scenarios with all post-scenario games. But that's not the way this game's set up. But you know what? It's no skin off my back, because strategy games don't really work like traditional RPGs. I mean, you're expected to go through each incremental scenario accordingly. And I'm just hoping that all my viewers will understand this. So, anyways, let's start. Prologue. 19. The Elusive Knight. Garrett and his army uncover an underground passage, which led to a huge shrine. It almost looked like a labyrinth. Win, defeating the enemy's leader, Mortimus. Lose, death of Garrett. Okay, so the layout is like a castle interior, similar to Scenario 12. So we have to be on our A game here, like we were in Scenario 12. One wrong move and could wipe out one of our commanders. And I would like to have all my commanders alive for the final scenario. Okay, so we do have our usual scenarios. Now, as you can see, Lance is not available anymore. The game writes out Lance after scenario 18. But I'm not concerned about him. I mean, Lance was already capped once you received him. But we're gonna do our best to build up the rest of our commanders who are still capable of earning XP and levels, which consists of Garrett, Calais, Mina, Zabra, Tiburon, Thorn, Bayard, and Carleon. Alright, anyways, let's get started accordingly. So we do have to be extremely careful because we have archers to deal with in this scenario as well as a lot of magic users. So we do have a lot of mounted commanders. Calais a mounted commander as well as Tiburon, Thorn, Bayard, and Carleon. So the only... and Saber also is mounted on a Griffon. So, no, it's rounded on a dragon, my mistake. So it's very easy for archers to pick them out and wipe them clearly. I mean, Mina and Garrett would be the only two commanders I could use to face off against archers, since they're not cavaliers here. And we are dealing with skeletons, so what we need to do is we're gonna hire 4 monks for this particular scenario to deal with the skeletons, since Mortimus commands them, and monks do very well against undead. So, now in this particular instance, we are going to need to assign everybody accordingly. Let's give... It is possible I'm just going to have to focus on building up Garrett and Mina tonight. Here, because Garrett and Mina are going to be... Mina especially, considering the fact that her skills are going to be vitally important for the final scenario. So let's give Warsong to Garrett. We're not using Evil Axe because the defense penalty is far too great at this stage in the game. Okay, so let's see who else we're gonna assign this to. So Mina is one of our major users here. Orb is a bit of a magic booster. Hi, Capper in chat. Oh, hey there, Nafila. I'm gonna need to read up on this. I need to read up on the orb a bit, because I believe it gives you an MP boost. So I could pretty much just give... Okay, Calais got a little bit nerfed when she moved on. When she just class changed, so... I could give it to Mina. Or I could just give it... Sabra I might need to have the shield up for. You know what, I might just give the wand here to Calais. Sabra is probably going to need to use the shield because she's going to have to withstand the assault from the wizards and drain their magic. We could give the great sword to Carleon. I'm not using the evil axe because I don't trust it. Cross. I guess we'll give the cross to Tiburon. And the amulet of power. I suppose maybe I'll just give it to Bayard. Whatever. Alright, you know what, let's just end this here. Okay, well, I think we're good to start. Okay, so we're gonna have Garrett take the front here. Saber will be over here. I'm gonna have Mina follow Garrett. Calais could probably also follow the rest. And put Carl here. Here, going over. And I guess Tyrone will just take up the rear. Okay, I think this is good to start. You killed Naxos. So we're dealing with Mortimus here, who Naxos served under in the previous scenario. Garrett says, "Where are you? Where's that voice coming from? You must be Mortimus." You are right. You think you don't realize how many young men were misled because of you. They were easily deceived. The world is in disorder because of you. I won't allow you to destroy it. Okay, so now the big bad here is Mortimus. So we're gonna check the winning condition. Win, defeating enemies, leader Mortimus. Do lose, Stephen Garrett. So once we beat this guy, we win the scenario. There's a black hole here, which I believe is supposed to help us move down deeper into the castle. Pardon me. So we're gonna have all of our guys just so that this entire castle interior just loops around like a spiral. So we start on the far end and we have to loop around and work our way into the center, where Mortimus is currently situated at, and he has a skeleton crew. So this is where Mina's monks are going to come in handy. So let's advance everyone. Let's advance everyone accordingly. Okay, so Mina advances. Everyone else will just take up the rear, and since we're on Cavalier, since all of our Magic Knights are pretty much Cavaliers, their movement is greatly reduced, so this is all we can really do for them at the time being. And I'm just probably going to have Thorn, Bayard, Carleon, and Calais provide magic support, since they have 16 MP each. Mina here has 24. But that's important because she has her own spells to deal with. Garrett also has his 12 MP too, so we gotta be very careful with how we execute magic. And Tyberon has his magic. He can only use lightning, and he can only use it twice, so we're gonna have to save that for the commanders that we come across in this scenario. Let's just put him over here. Now, Sabar is going to do reconnaissance, so the trick is to have her coax these magicians that you see here into one spot and have them use their magic on her until their magic supply is exhausted. So, same strategy as before. So for the time being, we're going to have Sabar take off to the east here. Okay, so that completes everyone's turn here, so we're going to switch it over to the enemy. guys, just had to tend to something quickly. Okay, so now the enemies are on the move, so the bishop now moves with his archers. So we gotta be very careful here, because we're dealing with a lot of archers, and archers have a class advantage over cavaliers. So we don't want our cavalier commanders getting close to the archers. Mortimer says, "You are all just puppets on a string." And he activates his magic. And the skeletons are repositioning. Turn 2. Okay, Mortimus did something. And it somehow... Or whatever it did, it didn't affect Calais. Okay, so we do want to still exhaust Mortimus's magic, so I'm going to keep Calais close by until Mortimus uses up all of his MP. Or it could affect Carlin, whatever. Let's move Sabra a little bit further this way. We need to situate her on the parapets where the archers will not reach us. And it looks like everyone has now made their moves, so it's time... So it's now time for us to end the phase. And here comes the commander and his infantry units. Okay, the bishop is attacking with his dragons. That takes 3 points off Garrett. Mortimus attacks with his magic. And that completes the enemy's turn. Okay, so Mortimus exhausted his magic supply, so now he's at 0. So now we can move Calais and Carlin accordingly. And have everyone else catch up. So let's just move our knights. Sabra needs to position herself accordingly where she will not be picked off by archers. So I think, this would be a good spot to put her in right now, since there is the royal soldiers that will just serve to block her. And to block the other archers as well. We're not engaging, we're gonna stay right over there. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna have Garrett fall back. And heal everybody up to 10 here. These guys will stay right where they are, but we're gonna switch the manual. Okay, now it seems like everyone has moved, so what I'm gonna do right now is I do need to make a quick bathroom break, and I'll be right back, guys. Alright, and we're back. Okay, so let's switch over to the enemy. Okay, we wiped the unit and Sauber collects the XP. Alright, all but 2 units wiped. But the trick is to get the 2 wizards, 2 commanding wizards, into the same area so they can exhaust their magic supply. They can exhaust their magic supply on Sabra. Okay, 4th turn, let's go. So we do have to have this bishop exhaust his dragons. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to position Calais over here, and Carleon over here. Alright, let's move Garrett closer and engage one of these here infantrymen. Find Mortimus and get him! The enemy has so many characters out, it takes them long to move. Yes, because we're nearing the end of the game, so there's a lot of enemies to deal with now. Okay, so Mina wipes, collects the XP. Okay, and Sabra stays exactly where she is. We're not gonna have her change position. I gotta attract this magician into this tile so that he'll be able to use his blizzard magic on Sabra continuously until his MP is exhausted. And this guy needs to also exhaust his MP one more time. Yeah, not a chance. Garrett's got Warsong. He's gonna be whooping ass and taking names here. Okay, the next commander is coming up with his infantrymen. Here comes a royal commander with his royal guards. And now the next royal guard, patch of royal guards are engaged. Sabra wipes and collects the XP. Nope, they took one off Sabra, so Sabra gets hit. So the elves are really coming into position here. That makes me a little bit nervous, considering the fact that Sabra is a Dragon Knight, and those archers can definitely do a number against flyers. Okay, so now this wizard is attacking with his blizzard magic, and it costs 4 MP to use, so each wizard has 4 full uses of blizzard. Alright, 5th turn, let's go. So Garrett and Mina were spared the dragons. But so the bishop uses the dragon magic again, but his MP's been brought down to 0. So he cannot use that magic anymore. So what we could do in the meantime is heal up Thorn. And since Tybron was unaffected, he can now move forward. Heal up Bayard. Heal up Carleon. And heal up Okay, and now we resume our regular attacks. Okay, we wipe out this infantry and Garrett collects the XP. Mina will engage infantrymen. Collects the XP. Sabra will heal to 10. There we go. End the phase and turn it over to the enemy. All but one wiped. All but one wiped. Yeah, with a defense of 32 and their attack of 20, there's no way they're going to be taking a point off of Garrett. Unless they roll a nice little crit. Okay, so now the next wizard takes his place. Okay, attacks with blizzard magic. Brings Silver down to 8 points. So 2 points of damage. Alright, 6th turn, let's go. So first, Garrett's going to attack Infantryman. Wipes, collects the XP. Now it's Mina's turn. Wipes, collects the XP. Alright, so the monks stay where they are. Now Kalei can come up, as well as Carlin. So here it comes up. And Thorn. Okay, and Garrett wipes, collects the XP. If you're just joining us, whatever footage was lost, we just took the time to heal Silver back up to 10. And the enemy is now taking their phase. Alright, they're engaging Saba. Saba wipes, collects the XP. All but one wiped. Elves are getting anxious. They really want a piece of Sabra. Okay, Wizard attacks with Blizzard. Takes 3 off Sabra. Alright. Same strategy as before, attack infantry. Wipe and collect XP. Now Mina's turn. Wipe, collect XP. Alright, now Kalei can take up the rear. Carlion moves off as well. Bayard moves in. Thorn moves in as well. Tiberon also moves in. So now we move the rest of our commanders except Sabra. And Sabra heals back up to 10 as before. Okay, now we turn it back over to the enemy and let them do their thing. Okay. Now time's for the commander to engage. Sorry guys, I got a bit of gas today. Did the server just hiccup again? Oh my god. Oh, never mind, I can't do anything about that. I'm just hoping that we didn't lose too much footage. Okay, next wizard's taking his place. And the elves are moving in. Wizard attacks with Blizzard. Takes 2 points off Sabra. Okay, 8th turn, let's go. You know what, I'm gonna have Garrett attack and finish off this commander. Collect the XP. Done. Have Mina advance a bit. Wipes out the unit. Collects the XP. Move the monks in a little bit closer. Get everyone into the bottleneck. So our knights can actually serve for as healing in case things get a little bit too hairy for Garrett and Mina. Okay, they made their move back to Sabra, so Sabra will now heal back up to 10. So this wizard has exhausted all of his magic supply, so now it's time for this wizard to take his turn and exhaust his magic supply. So we're going to turn it back over to the enemy. Okay, Mina wipes collect the XP. All but 2 wiped. Okay, here come the royal soldiers now. Next wizard launches his blizzard attack, takes 2 points off Sabra. And the elves are getting in position. Okay, 9th turn. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna treat Garrett back to 210, and I'm just gonna have Mina continue with assault. Wipe the infantry units. Collect the XP. There we go. Everyone else will stay as they are. And Sabra will just heal herself back up to 10. And that's it for this turn. Just turning it over to the enemy. All failed dice rolls. Mina deflects. All wiped. Garrett collects the XP. All but 3 wiped. Here comes the Chief Commander and his Royals Guards. Okay, now these Royal Guards are going to engage. Sabra wipes, collects the XP. All but 1 Royal Guard wiped. Okay, now the wizard takes his turn with his magic. Okay, 10th turn. Let's go. Garrett attacks. Okay, that puts him to level 2 as king. Now Mina attacks. Alright, I'm gonna have Tiburon use his lightning magic against... Yeah, I just want to weaken this bishop a bit, so that when it comes time to face him, yeah, at least we have a little bit of an advantage. By just making him a bit weak. Now remember, commanders only heal when they were at 7 or below. So if we can even get him down to 8, that would be even more. That would be even better. Heal Sabra back to 10. Very good. Okay, this guy's 2 more uses of Blizzard, so we're gonna have him exhaust that supply. Alright, ending the phase, turning it over to the enemy. Okay, all units were wiped, so Garrett collects the XP. Here come the Royal Soldiers now. All but 2 wiped. Oh, that took 3 points off. The 11th turn, let's go. Garrett collects the XP. Now Mina takes her turn. Okay, that takes care of all the regular infantry units, so the first commander is going to engage next. Right. I guess what I could do is I'll use a Thunder Magic to weaken the commanders a bit. Okay, they actually got a little bit too weakened, so they're gonna end up... Yeah, looks like they took a little bit extra damage, so they're gonna be healing up this turn, but these other units will just engage us. So, whatever. Okay, so let's now heal Summer back to 10. So this wizard's got 1 more use of Blizzard. So we're gonna have him force out that last bit of magic. Okay. Guards wiped, Mina goes to level 6. Okay, they take 1 point off of Mina. Okay, Garrett wipes this unit, collects the XP. Wipes the unit, collects the XP. Alright, now they engage Sabra. Sabra wipes out these royal soldiers, collects the XP. Okay, all but 1 wiped, and Sabra takes a hit. Okay, 1 more use of Blizzard. Takes 2 points off, so Sabra can still heal back up to 10 next time. Alright, 12th turn. I'm actually gonna have Mina treat. And Silver will heal herself back up to 10. So these wizards now have completely exhausted their magic supply, so all they can do now is sick their soldiers at me. So we're gonna end the phase, turn it back over. Here comes the commander. And the other High Commander can use healing magic. Alright, what's the enemy gonna do now? Nope, they're not gonna do anything else, so they're just turning it back over to me. Alright, so we're gonna have Garrett engage. Takes 1 point of damage, but he kills the commander. And Mina's gonna just destroy the rest of this Royal Guard. Collects the XP. Alright, good. So now we are back to Sabar. So her job here is done. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna fly her over here and rendezvous with the rest of the gang. So now what I need to do is... Now I just need to end the phase, but we'll get back to that in a moment. I need to make another bathroom break, guys. Be right back. Okay, so we're back. Alright, let's get back into the game here and turn it back over to the enemy. End our phase. Wipe out the units, collect the XP. Alright, 2 units remain. They take 1 point off Mina. Alright, 14th turn, let's go. I want Garrett to collect that XP so he can move on to the next level. Get everyone healed up. back 27. She's done 24. Okay, if she only has a defense of 24, then this guy is going to go after Mina for sure. So I'm probably going to keep the monks up ahead just to serve as her guard. Let's bring Sabra down here a bit. Alright, ending the phase, let's turning it over to the enemy. Okay, we took off 5 points off the commander. Nice. Alright, 15 turn, let's go. Wipe the commander out, collect the XP. And over here, we did not have any, our monks did not get wipes, so that's good. Knights have to take up the rear because of all these archers in the way. Alright, so everyone's made their move. Let's go back to Sabra. I'm going to position her over here for a bit. And end the phase. Okay, they're out for blood for sure. They're just gonna move all the way down just to confront Sabra on the parapets. Alright, turn 16, let's go. Advancing down the hall. And have some retreat. Okay, at least we weaken all the remaining royal guards. But these archers have greater... I mean, they're not called rangers for nothing, because they also have greater movement range too. And they're coming. Okay, now the bishop wants to start moving. Right, 17th turn. Alright, let's get out of this little bottleneck. Okay, let's take a look at what we could do here. I could unleash a blizzard spell to wipe these remaining guys out, but I run the risk of being attacked by these rangers. So I think for the time being, we're just gonna put... Let's have Sabra move over here for the time being and put her in a bit of a safe zone. This pillar will provide protection, and these rangers are still a ways off from reaching her over here on this tile. Okay, so now the Royal Guards are on the move. Okay, Bishop's taken notice of Sabra, so now he's deploying his elves. So the Rangers are now repositioning themselves accordingly. Alright, 18th turn, let's go. So these guys get 24 attack. Garrett has a strong defense of 32. And there's just enough for Mina to deflect, but she could still take decent damage on a critical roll. These... Okay, these guys are going to have to hold their position here, so... We're going to have them move back a bit. Alright, let's take a look here. There's a few... Okay, there's some stray elves up here that will be neat that I'll have to deal with. So we're gonna have her go and... We're gonna have Sabra deal with that accordingly. So because without their attack command range bonus, they can only have an attack of 20. And Sabra here has a defense of 28, so she should be able to deflect the arrows accordingly, even if she is in the lesser of the class versus rangers. So I'm gonna put her up here. Oh yeah, monks kick ass now. Okay, wipe the monks, collect the XP. No, I'm sorry, wipe the Royal Guards, collect the XP. It's the monks that do the wiping, not them being wiped. Okay, they actually took a few points off Mina for that one. Alright, she's taking heavy damage, not gonna lie. Okay, so archers are still getting a good advantage over the monks. So we may have to let Garrett do the dirty work here. Alright, 19 churn, let's go. How far are they? Okay, so they're not close enough yet to reach Sabra, so we can still treat her till then. Okay, so in this case, Sabra's gonna have to fall back, as she took quite a decent amount of damage. Gonna have to have these guys fall back a bit. Sabra will have to move back as well. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to... Might actually need to have one of these guys move. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have Carleon fall back a bit. Have this monk move back here. Over here. Let's have Thorn go back and Calais move up a bit. Garrett will position himself over here to provide cover for Mina. Okay. Okay, the monks get wiped. Alright, it's now down to 1 and 1. Okay, Garrett wipes, collects the XP, goes to level 3. Are you redoing the chapter? Yes, I've decided I want to redo the chapter because I decided I was not satisfied with the results last time, so I'm giving it a do-over. My biggest mistake was putting my Cavaliers last time was putting my Cavaliers in front when they're not supposed to be doing that, since Rangers have an advantage over Cavaliers. So now I'm gonna have Garrett and Mina take the lead here. Okay, so we're gonna have Garrett do the wiping of the Rangers since he can stand up to them more than the others. Alright, so let's have everyone use healing. There we go. Okay, so I do want to give Cully a bit of extra of a boost here. Okay, so we're going to now just have Summer fly up and deal with these guys. Because they're out of range. Wipe them out. So we're gonna have Thorn move a bit closer. Alright, and 26. These guys have 24. Alright, let's get on with it. Okay, we get another monk wiped. Garrett wipes the archers, collects the XP. Wipes the archers, collects the XP. Wipes the archers, collects the XP. Okay, that only leaves 2 archers remaining. Alright, 21st chapter. So these guys will heal. Wipe these guys out, collect XP. Alright, moving on. Alright, wipe these guys out, collect the XP, good. Alright, and whatever, you know what, I'm just gonna heal back to 10 and end the phase. Okay, they took 2 points off Garrett at that time. Alright, 20-second churn. Since there's only one ranger left, I should be able to deal attack. It should be okay for me to attack with my regular cavaliers. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to heal back to 10 since I don't want to take chances. 33 and 25. 27. So they would be able to do a minimum of 2 damage to Calais if they wanted to. You know, I'm gonna sick my monks on the Relastus. Okay, we're gonna lose 1 monk in the process, but big deal. I just want to get these rangers out of the way. Okay, obviously this guy's gonna come after this monk, but you know what? That's fine, we'll just have to sacrifice 1 monk in the process. Okay. Kind of not liking this, because these rangers should be able to move. Let's take a quick look. Five, 6, yeah, they could still come over here. I'm actually gonna put Sabra over here. Alright. Okay, they're just taking up diamond formation over there, okay. Alright, moving on. So let's fireball these guys. Oh no, she can only use healing now. So that means I'm just gonna move the monk back here. Okay, we got rid of 1 wizard. Let's just have Calais move out here. Good. Okay. Oh yeah, there was 1 Dark Elf that was associated with this one, and this one just died off. Okay. Because if I were to engage, these rangers are going to start coming after me. Or I don't know, because it is possible that this high priest will then move to where I... Yeah, I'm afraid I'm probably going to have to sacrifice this one. Okay, you know what? Let's just end the phase. Okay, getting a little bit too close for comfort there. Okay, Garrett destroys the commander, collects the XP. 27. 26. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Send them up over here. Have the monks engage. Alright, that's the end of that. Alright, good, we made a move. Okay, we're gonna have to put Summer back here, so she cannot be attacked. Now, he can't attack us with her magic, because he's already exhausted all his dragon magic. Alright, 20 for turn, let's go. First, let's get the monks in position. And heal up Garrett, and heal up Calais. Okay, now have Summer move down. everybody in position. Alright. Let's put Silver over here. Okay, he has to come out of his hiding spot and bring all of his Rangers with him. Yeah, get him out of there. Okay, this time the archers should be in proper position. So now I'm gonna have them. I'll put Garrett over here with Mina close behind. Monks serve as our guard. Good. And I think Sabra's just gonna hold position. If there are any more weaker, if there are gonna be any weaker Rangers, I can have her come in and finish them up and collect the XP for her to level up. Okay, Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Oh boy. Alright. In this case, normally I would have Sabra go in and finish him up, but we still have 3 groups of 10 archers left. So, no dice. No, I'm gonna save that if my commanders get injured. Garrett wipes, collects XP. There, let's just soften these little bad buggers up a bit. Alright, turning it over to the enemy. Wipe, collect the XP. Wipe, collect the XP, Garrett level 4. Wipe, collect XP. Alright, in this case, now I could have Sub or Engage wipe out this unit. Collect, and she gets to level 6. Okay. No more Rangers left over. That's all the Rangers. Now we need to soften this bastard up and finish him off. Okay. Okay, let's see what I can do here. Okay, so I can engage. Let's try it like this. Alright, that brings him down to 3, so Garrett's gonna move in and finish him off. Collects the XP, done. Okay, that's it for that. Okay, so that now completes the eradication of all the wizards and archers. All that's left is Mortimus and his undead tribe. Okay, so let's see, 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, good. It sucks the Bishop class. It sucks so bad. It has a very cool fireball spell. Okay, so now we have to advance on Mortimus. I also would like to get Kalea up, because she's close to a level up herself. Also, Neem Fireball is one that summons a dragon that does way more damage. Oh, it does, but you only get 2 uses out of it. And when the enemy does against you, you gotta make sure that you're in a position where you can heal up and exhaust the enemy's magic supply. Alright, everyone's completely healed, so let's advance. Alright, advancing. Alright, advancing. Back to us, advancing. Alright, back to the enemy. Alright, the enemy's taking notice. .38 churn. Alright, let's have everyone else catch up. Okay, let Mina collect the XP. Okay. Okay, we're gonna position them here, ending the phase. Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Garrett wipes, collects the XP. During 39, let's go. Garrett wipes, collects the XP. else catches up. Attack, 26 defense. These guys have the weaker defense. Okay. Only 2 groups is good. So these 2 guys are gonna retreat back, but you know what? That's fine. Let's end the phase. Okay, these guys would collect XP. Yep, skeletons don't fuck around. Let's collect a gauge. Okay, that doesn't level her up though. Okay, we're gonna put these guys in the rear. Okay, shouldn't have done that. Now this guy can't go back. Oh, whatever. Magic arrows. I will use the magic arrows on Mortimus here, just to weaken him up a bit. Okay, skeletons are ready to engage again. Okay, all the skeletons are out, gone. All that's left is Mortimus to deal with. So he has an attack of 27. Calais only has a defense of 25, so she'll end up taking some good damage unless we put the hurt on Mortimus good. Okay, so Garrett's already gotten enough. Mina could still potentially level up. Just exercise whatever's left of here. That takes another point off. Let's blow him away with the tornado. Puts him down to 5. Use the magic arrows. Puts him to 4. Two. Okay, that should be good enough for Calais to move in and finish this fucker off. Won't you join me? The world of darkness is lots of fun. And that puts Cully to level 5. And finishes off Mortimus. You haven't suffered enough for all you've done. My desires will not end here. I don't want to die. You fiend. Prince, I found the stairs going down. Let's finish this once and for all. Yes, sir. Alright, this time we have wiped all the enemies and preserved all of our commanders. So that gives us a killing score of 1,600 points, plus a 2,000 clear bonus, which puts us to a grand total of 38,865 points. Okay, so we are going to save over this. Okay, now this is it. The final scenario. The Confinement of Darkness. 20. The Confinement of Darkness. Prologue. At the deepest point in the underground shrine, Garrett and his army reach the evil. Now darkness and light must fight for the fate of the entire world. Win. Defeating chaos. Lose. Death of Garrett. 8 commanders to control. So now we have... to deal with one of the servants of chaos himself. As you can see down there, who commands 8 groups of Styracosaurs. Plus there are living knights. There are 6 living knights to deal with, and 8 groups of skeletons apiece. So we're going to need to really get our holy units in full gear here if we're going to combat these last batch of enemies. And this is where it is. We're in the basement of the castle, and this is how the last scenario will be playing out. Alright, so it's the same spiel. We're going to have all 8 of our commanders involved. But Garrett and Mina will be taking up the offense, while Calais, Sabra, Carlin, Bayard, Thorn, and Tybard will be taking up defense. And we also have to remember that the Living Knights can also use magic, which we found out the hard way in Scenario 18. Also, just to let you know, guys, know there's a bit of a thunderstorm going on outside, so hopefully we're not going to lose power in my neck of the woods. I sincerely hope not. But I digress. Anyways, Mina will... Hang on, first let's just hire some soldiers. We need a full regiment of monks. Warsong to Garrett. We are not equipping the Evil Axe because I do not want to risk losing a commander this time around. MP24. Okay. Do need to have the orb given to Mina so she can at least make great use of her magic power. Shield will go back to Sabra again, since we need her to draw out the enemy's magic. Calais will probably just get the wand here. Greatsword will just give the Fiberon. Or I might just end up giving... Wait. If she's a magic knight, that means she can only use the same abilities. Yeah. So you just... Hang on a second. Let's just take back the wand. And take back the cross and give it to Calais. Okay, let's just give everyone else their respective... We're not equipping the Evil Axe. Okay, I better be extremely careful with how I'm going to be playing this. Okay, it's the final scenario. Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna have Garrett take up offense. Mina will be right behind him. Sabra can be over here. No, as a matter of fact, hang on a minute. Let's just cancel Sabra over here and put her on in the far left position. So Calais will pretty much take up. Alright. Let's have Tyrone and I guess the other guys are just gonna take up their spaces here. Wait a minute. If they're already in the far back... Yeah, if they're in the far... Okay. So we can stay over here. Okay, I think I can still make this work, so let's give this a try. Turn 1. Let's do it. Are they all that remain of Mortimus's followers? Yes, these are the survivors. I see. Okay, we have Ganel on here. Who is it? I admire your strength to come this far. Who are you? I am Ganelon, the master of Siniferia. That can't be true! I was revived by the power of darkness. I am invincible. Okay, so we got ourselves a wacko... like a wacko warlock here. Okay, but you guys remember what the scenario says. Winning condition, defeating Chaos, so is death of Garrett. This guy is not Chaos. He's a servant. Chaos will appear later. As you can see, there's this major circle in here. That's going to become relevant a little bit later. So Chaos is set to appear in this circle. But we're going to have to get rid of all the other riffraff first. We have to play this very carefully because the enemies here are no joke. This is the final scenario, so we have to deal with the living armor. And they have an MP of 8, so they can cast magic too. Plus we got the guards. So what we need to do in this particular instance is move forward and engage accordingly. Now, we do not... But we're gonna have to start hugging the walls here because the skeletons will surround us on all sides. So we're definitely gonna need to make good use of these monks that we've hired here. Okay, ending the phase. The skeleton's gonna attack at 29, so they're gonna be really coming after us here. Yeah, the living armors can cast magic, so we have to be extremely careful of how we handle them. Because they will try to weaken our commander significantly. Not to mention they're just tough as hell, yep. Look at all the skeletons we're gonna have to be dealing with. Okay, Strikeosaurus establishing diamond formation. Alright, second churn, let's do it. Okay, gotta be very careful, because these guys are gonna start approaching. We're gonna have to hug the walls, so that way we don't end up getting, we don't end up getting pincered on all four sides. Okay. These guys are stuck all the way up here, so we're gonna have to worry about the ones here on the lower half of the map here. Okay, so they get 29 attack. We have 28 defense. So even our shield may not be able to withstand these skeletons forever. Okay, let's advance a little bit further. Not really liking the fact that my Magic Knights can only have so much limited space to move. Yep, they only have a defense of 17. And these guys have 29, so they could slaughter my monks like nothing. Defense of 24. So Garrett has a 32, so he can withstand the onslaught of the skeletons. So we're gonna have position him up here for the time being. And have Mina move in. And have all the other monks surround her accordingly. may have to use the monks as shields for the rest of our magic knights here. Making sure I'm not forgetting anyone. Okay, ending the phase. Monks can fight the skeletons at least. Yes, they can. They can at least bring the numbers down significantly, but these skeletons are gonna put up a big fat fight. And they have very good movement range here, as you can see. Alright, turn 3, let's go. First, let's have the rest of our gang catch up. Oh, I forgot to switch to manual. Oh, whatever. Skeletons wipe, Garrett collects XP. Skeletons wipe, Garrett collects XP. Okay, we wiped out 2 groups of skeletons. Alright, skeletons are advancing. And they're grouping up significantly. Okay, first things first. Change this to manual. That was supposed to have been done first and foremost. I goofed on that one. Oh my god, do I hate the movement limitations of Magic Knight's bullshit. Now this guy still needs to come up to catch up. Okay, I should be able to position Sabra over here. Okay, Calais goes up here. Okay, so it does reach. Alright, ending the phase. So these guys are gonna come up from behind to attack. That's it, and I'm just hoping I can at least take out as many skeletons as possible before these guys catch up. And then we're gonna have to deal with them. But I might have to sick my monks against these other skeletons. So now he's launching his blizzard attack on us. So taking that point of damage weakened Garrett's ability significantly to wipe out full units. But it is weakening the skeletons as well in turn. So there is a good takeaway from this. Okay, here comes the next living armor and his skeletons. Alright, 5th turn. Okay, so in this case, we're just gonna treat. We do not want... Magic is extremely precious for this scenario. We do not want to exercise magic unless it's absolutely necessary. Okay, we're gonna have to put him over here. Garleon can stay right where he is. Bayard can stay right where he is. Yeah, I guess that's good. The whole point is that everyone has to be at full health. Okay, they took 1 point off. Okay, so this living armor already exhausted all his magic supply, but now this one's gonna come in to use his magic, and then this one's gonna come in to use his magic. So in this case, we are just gonna treat back up to 10 for each and every last one of our commanders here. Because remember, I don't want him to use magic unless it's absolutely necessary. We gotta save that for the big battle up ahead. Good. Put him in here. Now we have monks serving as an active shield. But we also want to make sure they're within a command range. Okay. Kind of concerned for Tiburon here, because these skeletons are about to catch up. So let's just move one out here, and stick Tiburon in here. And let's see if any healing magic can reach. Yes, they could reach him over there. Thorn might need to be moved a little bit further up. Okay, we gotta bundle everyone up over here. Okay, I think that's good. Let's end the phase. Okay, skeletons wipe. Garrett collects XP. Okay, we've destroyed 3 groups of skeletons so far. Okay, here comes the next living armor. Alright, 7 churn. So nobody took any magic damage, but this guy's gonna be set to use his magic on us. So we do have healing for Garrett here. But I might want to have to save this for the... I could use magic arrows just to weaken these guys, but I really feel like I need to be using all that magic to heal everyone in this scenario. No, I would rather save Tyberon's lightning magic for either Down Alone or Chaos later. So let's see if anyone can actually use healing. No, his healing's a bit out of range. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Need to get everyone close enough so that they can actually activate healing accordingly. Okay, moving the one up here. Tyberon could still be attacked from the south. So I'll just have him I'll move one monk over here. Because we gotta play defensively. Okay, good. Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Yep, the skeletons are really aggressive. But that's to be expected in the final scenario. Okay, Sabra wipes and collects the XP. All but one skeleton wiped. Okay, here comes the next living armor with his magic. Okay, that skeleton rolled pretty good to give a damage to Garrett of 1. Okay, they're now grouping up. Okay, churn 8. So this guy's gonna cast Blizzard on the rest of our guys here. But we do need to wipe this unit out. Okay, you know what? Let's wipe. Get rid of as many of these skeletons as we can. Everyone gets healed back to 10, except for this guy. Now the living armor will engage anything adjacent to it, so we have to leave it as is. Okay, we are gonna need... This guy is gonna be wiped out. Okay. Let's see what we can use here. No, I'm not going to be using any of the offensive spells. I still think the healing spells are going to be the more important spells to use for this scenario, so let's end the phase. Okay, skeletons, wipe, collect XP. Okay, we're getting dogpiled on, but we gotta hold the line. Alright, so we need to start healing everyone. And since have any of this. Let's provide this. There we go. Zero, zero, and this one has one more use of Blizzard. So we're gonna have to take another brunt of the Blizzard magic from this guy. And this guy can also use Blizzard, so we're gonna have to really hold our ground here. Gotta hold the line. Oh, okay, we lost one of our monk groups. Okay, we wiped out this group of skeletons. Collect XP for Mina. Okay, Garrett to flex. One more attack of Blizzard. Alright, turn 10. Alright, all the living armors here have exhausted their magic supply, and so did this. So all we need to do now is heal up everyone and then go on the assault. Okay guys, I'll be right back. I need to make another bathroom break. we're back. Okay, so let's get everyone healed up and go back on the offensive. There we go. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have Garrett go on the offensive this time. Since the living armors cannot cast their magic anymore, we can take the fight to the skeletons. Alright, I think we might be good. I could have Saber wipe out this skeleton unit, but I'm kind of a little bit concerned for her defense, since she got taken down quite a lot. I'm guessing what I could do then, in this case, is I'm gonna have her move back here, and just have Garrett remain in front. Okay, monks wipe, collect XP for Mina. Skeletons wipe, collect XP for Garrett. Okay, Garrett attacks, wipes the skeletons to collect the XP. Let's have the monks attack this skeleton. And collect the XP for Mina to get her to level 7. Alright. Okay, we're wiping these skeletons out now. Pretty good. Because these guys can't use their magic to weaken my party anymore. Okay. I can... Oh no, if I put the monk over here, then the living armor will attack. But I do want the weaker monks near me so they can recover. Okay, so I'm gonna put this one over here. Oh wait, but that leaves Calais exposed. No, never mind. Hang on. 27 or 29. Okay, so we'll put this one over here. And I guess we'll just leave them as is. Yeah, let's end the phase. Okay, they're holding out. Okay, wipes out the skeletons. Garrett goes to level 5. Alright, turn 12. Okay. So we're gonna have this, the monks here, wipe out the skeletons over here. Get rid of these guys and collect the XP from Mina. We'll just have them stay right where they are. Okay. Wipe out more skeletons. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, let's switch over to the enemy. Okay, we wiped the skeletons to collect XP. Now the computer's really thinking hard here on what to do. Okay, it's not gonna do much of anything. Okay, so we're gonna have Garrett wipe this skeleton out. Collect the XP. Okay. Okay, we can't risk getting all of our other commanders here. We really need to have Mina and Garrett take the forefront for this final scenario. Okay, we wipe out the skeletons for this commander. So that's... Oh. Okay, so now the living armor engages. Okay, Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Alright, another wipe, collect XP. Okay, these two skeletons survive. But the numbers are dwindling now. Okay. So we only have like one left. But I do need to have Garrett wipe this guy out. Yeah, we gotta be very mindful of how we're gonna be using the magic, because we really need to save up as much magic as possible for the real final boss that's set to appear. These guys are small fries compared to what we're gonna be going up against. Okay, you know what? We'll have Garrett engage. Okay, that only brought... Okay, only down to this. Okay, let's see what else we can do. Alright, so he has an attack of 32 and a defense of 30. Because if I start engaging, these other skeletons will probably tear up my commander apart. Okay. Okay, I gotta think carefully of what I'm gonna be doing here. Because I do run the risk of getting... Hold on, how is the command radius? Okay, so then what I could have this can do is move over here. And move these monks over here. Wipe out the living armor. This only brings them down to 4, but at least we destroy the living armor. But this exposes Tiburon to an attack. Okay. Okay, you know what? Let's just put them over here and... let's just have... yeah, let's just put Saber over here. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, that one just wiped us. Okay, we lost another group of monks. Okay, we lost a third group of monks. We gotta be careful not to lose any more. Alright. $34 and $28. 32. I would be more confident to have Saber engage this guy from it. It looks like we may have to weaken this guy up a bit before we can engage with him. First things first, let's have Garrett engage. Get rid of these skeletons over here. So then, yeah. Yeah, we definitely need to start weakening this living armor, and then probably have Mina move in for the kill. Alright, let's just have... That only brought him down by 1. Okay, that brought him down by 2, that's good. If I can get him down to probably by 4, that should... Three. Okay. That's good. So now what I could do, let's see who we can actually engage with. Okay, that destroys the living armor, so that's now 2 living armors destroyed. But Mina's gonna have to really heal herself back up accordingly after all this. But because of... But I also want to get my monks back up to full strength as well. So let's move the monks over here by Mina's side. Gonna put Sabra over here for the time being. And move these guys into protective position. Wait. Okay, I can have them go over here and take care of these skeletons. Good. So that takes them out. That lets me to collect the XP. Good. Okay, I think we're good, so let's end the phase and turn over to the enemy. Alright, turn 16, let's go. Let's treat... Yeah, we're gonna treat Garrett here, and we're gonna treat Mina. And have these monks destroy the skeleton. Okay, they collect the XP and Mina... For Mina? Good. So that just leaves 2 more groups of skeletons and the living... Then we have to contend with the living armors. Okay, let's activate Blizzard against these guys. Okay, that weakened this one down to 8. Yeah, he could have gone after Tiberon very easily, but chose to turn his attention to the monks. That was pretty fucking dangerous, not gonna lie. But in any case, let's just deal with this guy. That brings him down to 3. Okay, I should be able to move Mina in and finish this guy off. That puts her to level 8. Okay, that wipes out another living armor, so there's just this one and the skeletons to deal with. But I'm also getting a little bit worried, so I'm just gonna use some healing to bring our guys up accordingly. this monk needs to heal. Okay. Okay, 18th turn, let's go. So first I'm gonna treat Mina back to 10. Put this guy over here. Put Garrett over here and destroy the skeletons. Okay, so that's the last of the skeletons for this group. So now the living armor has to engage. Let's send down to 9 over here. Okay, now we're gonna have to force the hand of the living armor. Alright, we're moving in for the kill. Puts him down to 2. Okay, we're gonna move Mina in place. Okay, living armor wiped, that's it. So, this completes all... Let's see, 1, 2... I believe we've already wiped out 4 groups of living armors. 4 living armors and their skeletons. That just leaves these... That just leaves these 2 groups of living armors. And then there's Ganelon to deal with. Okay. With that being done, let's get everyone out of their hiding places and proceed. Okay, we're just gonna get all the monks out of their positions and reposition themselves around Mina. Alright, moving on. First, I gotta heal up Garrett to 10. And Mina also has to treat herself back up. We're not gonna be using any healing spells because that's gonna have to be saved for a bit later. Alright. Okay, they'll stay right where they are. Okay, Mina back to full. Okay, so now Garrett can go on the offensive. Okay, so now we're gonna have to bring up our guys accordingly. It's gonna be a slog getting these magic knights up because it's gonna be like several turns before we even get near Gamelon. Now, Sabra could do reconnaissance flights, so she'll go this way. Alright, it's time to move Mina and her monks. Get them out into the open. So we lost 3 groups of monks, but we still have 5 more, which isn't too bad. Not liking the fact that I have to just... I mean, this is an open space. They're not even arrested by any forest tiles here. So I don't really like the reduced movements of these magic knights one bit. Okay, anyways, let's put Sabra over here where she's protected by the brazier. So the idea is to get Sabra into a safe spot where she can draw out the magic from the living armors here. Because they still have their magic to use. Okay. Where is the enemy's all the way over here. Okay. So we're gonna fly her over here. Okay, the living armor has taken notice of Sabra's position, so they're on the move. Alright, we're on the move now. Okay, let's put over here for the time being. Advancing these guys up slowly but surely. Alright, everyone except Subra's made a move. Okay, so now I need to put her in a position where she can be targeted by the living armors, but not targeted directly by the skeletons. Somewhere like this. The black spots are inaccessible. So I'm gonna have to put Sabra over here, because she has a prediction of the pillar and the surrounding ramparts and parapets here. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna end the phase here. Okay, when the living armors cast Blizzard, so that's what I wanted to see. Okay, so she ends up taking 3 damage apiece. So, yeah. Let's put him over here. Okay, now let's move up our knights. Alright, so they've made a move, so now it's back to Sabra. Okay, I'm gonna have to have her fall back a bit because she took 2 full blasts of Blizzard. So, let's put her over here, then have her recover accordingly, then return back to the, near the living armors. Alright, 27th turn, let's go. Let's put Garrett over here. Mina will be put over here. Silver back to full. Okay, so here comes the armor and the skeletons. Turn 28. Okay, we're advancing further. Putting Garrett over here. Mina will be brought over here. Alright. Let's heal Silver back to 10. Okay, she's back to full health, so on our next turn, she's gonna be... positioned to where she can draw more magic from these living armors, because they have 4 MP left apiece. So I want to exhaust all their blizzard magic before we engage them head on. Alright, turn 29. Okay, first let's position Sabra accordingly. Let's put over here, so at least that would put her in the path of the magic casts, and prevent her from being attacked by Skellies. Okay, let's just put Garrett over here. Still need these monks, though. Alright, moving on. Alright, ending the phase. That's 8. So that puts 2 points off of her total HP. That's right, cast your magic as planned. So she took 3 points of damage there, that puts her down to 5. Okay. But the point is that we managed to get both living armors' magic supplies exhausted. So that's it. They can't cast Blizzard on any of us anymore. So 0, MP 0 for both living armors. Okay, so from here I can just keep Sabra right where she is, since I'm not in any danger of being attacked with magic anymore. So she can heal back up to 10 for the next couple turns. Okay, so from there, I'm now going to... I'm gonna put Garrett over here. And... put Mina over here. And position the monks accordingly. Good. Alright, now let's advance our knights. Good. Okay, so we're done, so now let's end the phase. Okay, here comes the living armor and his skeleton crew. Alright. Heal Sabra back to 10. Mina on standby with heals. And let's have our knights advance. To be on the safe side, I'm actually just gonna have them... I'm gonna arrange them like this. Okay. I think we're good. I think Garrett can hold position. Let's end the phase. Okay, we're gonna weaken the skeletons a little bit each time. Alright. So the 30-second churn. Attack these guys. Collect the XP. Okay, these guys are officially... Yeah, they're out of bounds. So this one. So I should be able... Hang on. 24. Okay, so Sabra should be able to have... Should be able to deal with them, these guys a little bit more efficiently. Actually, hang on a minute. Let's just put them over. Let's put over here. Okay. Let's move everyone over here into position. Alright. I think we're good. Let's just take a quick look here. Alright. I think we can just let the onslaught continue, so let's end the phase. Slaughter the skeletons, collect the XP. Ah, I didn't wipe this one. Alright, so that just leaves... Okay, so there's only 3 skeletons from this group. Okay, so Salvar wipes this group out. Alright, so Garrett goes back on the attack. Wipes out these skeletons to collect the XP. Sabra will engage with this one, with these outcasts. Brings them down to 2. We'll have to deal with this one a little bit later. Actually, if this might be possible, I might just have one of my... I don't know. Because because I can't be reckless here. This is the last scenario, and one tiny little mistake could wipe out an entire commander. So we gotta play conservatively and defensively here. I suppose I could have Mina just come out and put her... Okay, you know what? Let's bring her out. And have her monks surround her accordingly. Let's just create a box formation in this, along the siding of this wall here. Okay, let's have Kalei position herself over here, Bayard over here, Thorn over here, Carlin over here, Tiberon will just have to take up... We could put Tiberon over here, I guess. Alright. Okay, good. Let's end the phase. Okay, Sulfur's just gonna wipe and collect the XP from these outcasted skeletons. Okay, they're gonna engage the monks. Wipe out the skeletons, collect the XP for Mina. That just leaves one group of one skeleton from this group left. Okay. So we're gonna have Garrett wipe this skeleton out, collect the XP. I'm gonna wipe these, collect the XP. Where everybody else will just... Actually, Carlin... I suppose he can stay over here. Okay, and then we're going to have Sabra fly herself back here. Okay, end the phase. Wipe out the skeletons, collect the XP for Mina. Wipe out the skeletons, collect XP for Mina. One skeleton remains, kills off a monk, brings the group down to 8. Okay, Garrett wipes, collects the XP. Oh, all those rolls did not work. Garrett deflects them all. Okay, 35th churn. Okay, so looks... So looks like this skeleton's now officially out of bounds. Let's destroy this one. Okay, so Garrett's gonna wipe this skeleton to collect XP. Destroy this skeleton. You know what? Let's have this guy just... Swordsy, Mike. Hey, Mike. Hey, Capper. Oh. Hey, Swordsy. You're just in time. I'm on the very last scenario for Warsong. This is the last one. After we're done with this scenario, we win the game. Yeah, but we have to play this very carefully. It's very easy to get your commanders wiped in this scenario. Okay, you know what? Let's just end the phase right here. Yeah, I had a feeling that skeleton was gonna... Okay, he heals, attacks the monks. Survives. Only one skeleton survives. Okay, we're going to have to just get rid of this one here. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna have Garrett move in and kill this skeleton. Collects the XP, but does not level up. Okay. Let's just move this one up here, move it up over here. Okay, I think that's good. So now I'm gonna have Sabra move in and fight this skeleton. That only leaves 2 left for this one. Okay, so now there's only like 2 groups of skeletons left. So we have a grand total of 3 skeletons left and 2 suits of living armor. But we have everyone else at the ready to provide heals if need be. Okay, living armor lost his patience. Is going to attack? Okay, wipes out my monk group. So we only have 4 groups of monks left. Sabra wipes out these skeletons. They're done. Collects the XP. Skeleton retreats to the side of its living armor commander. Okay. Let's focus on killing off this commander first and then deal with this skeleton and its living armor commander afterwards. Alright. Let's... No, hang on. We're gonna have this one attack. They didn't take off any points of damage. We're down to 4. Okay, that's... Okay, that stinks. Okay, anywho. Yeah, that one was a little bit of a nail-biter there. Anywho, let's have Garrett move in and finish the job. Okay, that brings him up to level 6. Okay, that only leaves this living knight, living armor knight, and 4 skeletons in this group. Then we have to turn our attention to Ganelon and his Styracosaur army. Okay, let's reposition the monks accordingly. Everyone needs to shield the cleric. No, shield the saint, that is. Alright, and the phase. Okay, they end up wiping out these monks. That only leaves us with 3 groups of monks left. Alright. Let's treat, because this guy will not attack us until these skeletons are dead. So we can take this opportunity to treat everyone accordingly. And we're gonna end the phase, because this skeleton is gonna retreat back to the side of its armor to heal, as expected. Turn 39, okay. Let's treat. Okay, this time we're gonna have Garrett go after the skeletons here. Okay, that's it. All the skeletons are now wiped out for this map. All that's left to do is to deal with this armor. Let's just heal up. He'll may not back up to full in the meantime. Okay. They're still far away from Ganelon's attack range. So all we have to really worry about right now is this living armor. Okay, it's turned its attention to the monks. Okay, they only took 1 point off that armor, but the other monks only managed to take... Yeah, we lost 9 other monks, but now they've regenerated back to 4. Okay, so let's go this way. Attack the living armor. Okay, so that puts Garrett down to 8. Okay, so we have him down to 3. I should be able to weaken him even further with using... Ah, alright, we wiped the armor. Good, so that collects the XP for Mina. Mina is only like 1... Yeah, she doesn't have that long to go before she can hit level 9. Okay, so we're gonna have her... Okay, we can actually have her move up here a bit, because the other monks will stay right by her side and heal up accordingly. So we are gonna now slowly approach Ganelon and his Styracosaurs. Maintain box formation for everybody else. Okay, but here's another thing. Ganelon here has 16 MP to use. Attack of 31 defensive. Okay, so we also need to draw out his... Okay, so Sabra may have to just draw out his magic first and foremost. So we have these walls here on the side, which should serve to help attract Ganelon to her position and use his magic on her. But we do want to make sure everyone else is fully healed. So let's have Sabra move out from her hiding place. Go over here, and end the phase. Okay, Ganelon does not engage us. So we're gonna treat Garrett back to full. Sabra now needs to move. Let's put her over here for the time being for this turn. Everyone else stays in position. Nobody else moves. Okay, Ganelon pays no mind. So we need to move Sabra again. Everyone is in position. So here's what I'm also going to do. Going to go and interrupt. Save the data. Because now we are at the climax of this final battle. We're nearing the climax of the final battle, I mean. Okay, so, I suppose what I could do is I could... Okay, so these look like wall units. And, okay, so what I could do then is I could put Sabra over here and end the phase. This should be enough to attract the attention of Ganelon. And he attacks us with lightning. That's 3 points off of her HP. Okay, so we are gonna treat Sabra back to full. So that costs 4 MP for Ganelon to use. So he can use his lightning attacks on us 4 times. We're gonna have to spend the next 4 turns exhausting... Okay, we've spent 1 turn, but now we need to spend the next 3 turns exhausting Ganelon's magic supply, so he doesn't end up unleashing it on the rest of our party members here. Okay, that brought Subber down 4 points. So no joke, Ganelon's a son of a bitch. But we have to be an even bigger son of a bitch to beat him. Okay, that only brought down 2 points, so that's good. Trader back to 10. One more use of lightning to go, and his magic supply will be exhausted. That brought down 4 points. Okay, 46 turn. There. So now his MP is at 0, so he cannot attack us with lightning anymore. So what we're going to do is we're going to treat Subber to 9, and let her hold that spot for a bit. So now we have to slowly approach him. Okay, so let's see how we're going to go about doing this. I should be able to position everyone along the walls accordingly. Okay, let's see what kind of stats these Styracosaurs have. Okay, they have an attack of 30 within the command range. And a defense of 29. Okay, so that means everyone else might have to fall back a bit. Because their defense is not good. They could take some heavy damage from those Styracosaurs. Okay, let's put him right this. Okay, Styracosaurs engage Garrett. Alright, so first we are going to treat Subber back to 10. We're also going to treat Garrett back to 10 as well. 29. 29. Okay, I'm going to just take one group of... Let's see how they fare. Okay, they were only able to take out only 2 Styracosaurs that time. So we're going to advance Mina a bit. 31. 29. No, it's 25. What am I saying? Okay. Getting the face. Nope. Monks are no good against Styracosaurs, even in the command range. So that... Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to have Garrett front the assault here. Okay, churn 48. Alright. Okay, we destroy one group of Styracosaurs. Okay, I'm a little bit nervous about sending Mina into battle here. How are we doing? Okay, so we got 28 for Sabra here. $30. So Sabra could still hold off the attacks, but she might still sustain some damage. She does not have any magic to use. Okay. So 34, 29, so she could definitely take out a few. So she could do like a maximum of 5 points of damage to one of these units here. But, you know what? Let's position her over here. So it's possible she might actually... Okay. Alright, you know what? Let's see what happens. I'm gonna regret this. Okay, Garrett wipes the Styracosaurus, collects the XP. Okay, we're gonna treat. Let's have Mina engage. Okay, she wipes out the Styracosaurs and collects the XP. It's not enough for a level up, though. To be on the safe side, let's bring out a couple more monks here. I mean, they serve their purpose in getting rid of the skeletons. So at this point, I could use them as expendable pawns. You know, I'll put them over here. Alright. Okay, so those monks are now wiped. They're engaging Garrett. Okay, now they're engaging. Okay, they're pretty damn resilient. Okay, that kind of scared me a bit because I don't want to lose Mina. Okay. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? We're just gonna have to treat Mina back to full. Okay, Carlin still has a lot of healing magic, so we can heal up. There we go. Wiping the Styracosaurs. Okay. Okay. Kind of a little bit concerned about this spot, though. Maybe we'll put him over here and just engage with the monks. Dang it. Alright, let's just end the phase. Okay, that's the end of the monks here. Okay. Yep. Resilient motherfuckers. Okay, that puts me to the level 9 now. Okay, this one's gonna heal some. I suppose I could have Sabra come out of hiding and just engage. She has the... I guess that would work because she has the defensive shield up of 28. 30. So this will only go to 9 and to 7. You know what? I am gonna do that. Let's just put her over here. Alright, and end the phase. Okay. Bit of a heart stopper there, not gonna lie. Let's have Sabra pull back a bit. Have Garrett let's engage. Wipe out these Starakasaurs. That leaves 2 more left. Okay. Okay, 1 more Starakasaur to go. We are going to end the phase here. This one heals back to 8. It's engaging Garrett. Okay, only 1 remains. Okay. He's very strong, yeah. He has a defense of 34, so we're gonna have to whittle down Ganelon's strength a little bit each time. We have to make good use of what we have. Lower him to 9 at least, yes. I guess what I could use here is Garrett's magic arrows. There we go. So at least we can at least get a little bit of HP off of him. Everyone else has to Okay, there's this one Styracosaur left, but it has the protection of the brazier and all that. Not sure if I want to engage right. I'm probably gonna have Mina fall over here for a bit. Yeah, and we'll do it like that. Okay, so we're gonna use the magic arrows again on Ganelon. Okay, that puts him down to 8, and that also wipes out the remaining Styracosaur. So Ganelon now has to engage us in the next in his next phase. So first, let's just treat Saber here back to 10. I'm also going to do the interruption here. Good. He has no more external MP to use to, because we use Saber here to draw it out. He can't attack us on a ranged level, so Saber drained all of his MP to 0, so that's good. So now he has to engage us directly here. I'm not sure how he's going to approach us. He can either go after Garrett, or he could probably do a bit of a loop around and engage Mina. But he's on his throne right here. That's a 40% evasion bonus. He has to get off his throne so we can at least reduce his evasion bonus to 10. Okay, which one of us... Okay, so let's just have him over here. Let's have everybody move down a bit. Okay, we're gonna have more of this. Okay, Tiburon can't do anything anymore in terms of magic. He's already spent. But Mina has... Let's take a look. Fireball to me. Yeah, but we already had Garrett make his move, so no, we're gonna have to turn this back over to the enemy. The power of darkness is in my hands, and I will rule all. Oh god, if he was at full health, he would have wiped out Calais instantly. But at least we got him off his throne. Okay. So now we got to really weaken the fuck out of this guy and finish him off. Alright, let's get started. That puts him down to 7. Sabra can't use any magic. Puts him down to 5. Four. Can't do this here. Okay, we're gonna have to now use this. One. Okay, so Garrett's gonna deliver the killing blow. Bye-bye, Ganelon. Nice knowing ya. Go back to darkness, Ganelon. It's too late. Soon, all the power of darkness will be released. See how strong thunder is when it's power up? Oh yeah, is it ever. What is this vibration? No. No, it can't happen to me. I am darkness. I am chaos. Darkness? Chaos? The world must have chaos at all times. What? To keep the balance between chaos and order, I must destroy that which tips the scales. That is the only way to maintain balance in the world. I won't let you! I cannot allow you to destroy the balance in the world. I will destroy whatever threatens chaos. Oh, so he's one of those types of gods. Okay, but anyway, this is the last battle. So, we have to destroy chaos here in order to win the game. But he's accompanied by his fire elementals, which we haven't seen since the very first scenario of this game. But this time, we don't have like 4 groups of these, we have a full 8. So, we gotta be careful. So, okay, these elementals have an attack range of 20... Okay, they have an attack of 23, but with plus 4 to range bonus, command range bonus, to give them a 27 attack and a 24 defense accordingly. Good thing is that they're not, because his bonuses aren't high. Yeah. So if we were to look at Chaos here, his attack is 35 defense, 35. He has 40 MP to use, so he can use a lot of magic. So we gotta really deal with this guy accordingly. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have to really heal up Calais here after all that. Okay, so in any case, let's do the interruption here. Okay. 34 and 28. 27. 24. Okay. Wait. One more time. I'm gonna take a look. 27. Okay, and she has a defense 28. Okay, so Sabra should be able to deflect those fire elementals accordingly. But in the meantime, I'm gonna put her above the throne. Very few people can earn. This is where someone with the axe would have helped. Okay, the evil axe. Alright, then we'll have to see how we're gonna be able to take it. 35. Defense 35. Okay, we're gonna have to do our best in this case. Enemy's phase. Okay, so Chaos is on the move, along with his fire elementals. So they maintain I believe he also flies, so keep that in mind. Yes, I'm sure he can phase through walls as well. So we're gonna have to treat up Calais accordingly. Put everyone up above over here. Okay. Hang on a minute. Okay, so let's keep everyone within the back row here. Treat. Okay, let's put everyone back here and see what we can do. Okay, let's put let's put Garrett on the throne here for 40% evasion. Turn 58. Putting us the interruption. Alright. Okay. Let's put them over here. Spread everyone else out accordingly so they do not get in the way. Okay, Chaos is now picking up speed. Okay, 59 churn. Okay, because I also want to make sure that I can group them up together so I can hit them all in one fell swoop. I'm gonna have to have Garrett stay on the throne because that gives him his evasion bonus. So I'm gonna have to treat accordingly. Okay, so elementals can attack me from anywhere, so hiding behind this brazier is not gonna help. But I need to have some good distance so that nobody gets afflicted, so that we don't get too many people hit within the range of the earthquake. Okay, so Calais cannot attack with magic anymore, so she is done, so I'm gonna have to keep her teed out to the side here. Carleon can still... Yeah, Tiberon is no good anymore for this, so we're gonna keep him back. And I gotta keep these guys evenly spaced out. Okay, let's put him over here, and Chaos isn't immune to magic, funny enough. Yeah, that's why the magic is extremely important for me to preserve here. Okay, so Sabra still... I'm a little bit concerned for Sabra now. Okay, there's a lot of empty space over here she could probably fly off to. Let's see how far she can go. Okay, let's have her fall back for the time being. Okay, Chaos is on the move. Okay, so... Okay, so we gotta be very careful how we're gonna plan this. So first, Garrett's gonna attack this elementals. Okay, so we wipe, collect, and get Garrett to level 7 here. Okay, so at least we've weakened some of these guys up. Okay, let's treat Sabra back to 10. Okay. Alright, gotta figure this out carefully, so I don't want to screw this up. We're already in the final phase of this. We're gonna have to have Calais fall all the way back here. Carleon still has magic to blow, so I don't want him... Okay. Carl, okay. Okay, so Chaos is already... Okay, you know what? We're gonna have to end the phase here. He's activating his Earthquake. That puts everyone down. Okay, that takes 3 points off. Oh shit, not good. Okay, yeah. Okay, so when Chaos used his... He had 40 MP, so he's down to 24. So he had to use 16 MP to cast Earthquake, so that means he can cast it one more time. Okay, I have to treat Garrett back to 10. She has heal too, yep. Oh yeah, everyone took some good surrounding damage from that. Oh, and even Calais got hit. That's a very wide radius. But in any case, let's heal... Okay. Alright, 60-second churn. He only has 8 MP left, so he can no longer use any more of his Earthquake magic. So in this case... let's treat. Bingus still has Earth Thunder and he can hurt more. Okay. We'll see what happens then. Okay, we wipe out these elementals to collect the XP. Okay, so he didn't use his magic this time. So we're gonna treat him back. Okay, have Garrett attack these guys. Oh, there's still one left. Okay. Alright, so that's about that. So then we'll just... Let's have... Okay, so I guess we can bring people in. Okay, so they can only attack to 27, and you can defend 27, 25, 28. You know what? Let's end the phase. So 2 groups are going to be on the go on the offensive. Okay, Mina wipes and collects the XP. Turn 64. Did we just have another hiccup with the server? Because I noticed that the countdown timer... the count... Ugh, okay, is that the timer has now reset again. I mean, I was like at 4 hours, and now it's now down to like... Now it's at 7 minutes. Oh my goodness. Okay, wouldn't hurt to lower his... Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, it went down for a bit. Yes, we pretty much went... Well, here's the thing. We have a thunderstorm right now. So once again, we had a bit of another server hiccup. That pisses me off. What are you gonna do? Okay, you know what? Let's just have Mina just wipe these guys out. I hate when that happens. What the fuck are you gonna seriously gonna do though? Okay, so all Bayard can do is heal Mina back to 10. Okay, we only have 4 groups of elementals left. So let's continue the assault. Okay, wipe out another group of elementals. Okay, 2 elementals remain. Okay. Wipe the elementals, collect the XP. Alright. We are now in turn 66. You know, I'm gonna treat. I'm gonna use another magic arrow to bring down Chaos's HP. There, so he's down to 8. And end phase. Okay, so now we're gonna slowly get everyone back into the center, so we're gonna have to start unloading on Chaos. Saber and Harm, Tyber can arm Chaos, I think. Okay. Well, we'll see. We're gonna have to get everyone in. Everyone needs to start closing in on Chaos. Okay. Wipe out the last elemental, so that's it. All of his entire elemental army's gone. So all that's left now is Chaos himself to deal with. So we're just going to do this. Yeah, we need to have everyone at full form in order to take on Chaos. Okay. Okay, so we have to really damage... my god, we gotta damage Chaos somehow. Okay. I think Saber could come and deliver the killing blow. Hang on. Okay, I'm sorry guys, I need to make another bathroom break. I know it's fucking annoying, but I really need to go. Okay, back. I would maybe have Saber and Garrett attack, and maybe Mina can heal to all three of them. Right? Wait. Okay, we got him down to 4. That's good. Down to 3, that's also good. Down to 2, nice. I guess what I could do is I'll bring in Garrett to deliver the killing blow. Okay, the moment of truth. Bye-bye, Chaos, you're done! You're finished. Vanish forever. I will be back. I cannot stay away forever. What? I'm a power made by the world. That can't be true. The universe consists of chaos and order. I was created to protect the domain of chaos against the intruding order. Okay, so he's just one side of a balance perspective, okay. And we are obstacles to the balance of the world? Perhaps. Huh? However, there's one more thing that was created by the world. That is light. Light? Light constantly seeks the evolution of the universe. Light is that through which all living things are born. Then are we a result? Then we are a result of this evolution? Yes, but the world made itself worse. Through evolution, it is in danger of destroying itself. We won't let it happen. How can you stop it? You humans are killing each other, and in the process destroying the world. That's why I was revived, to save the world. Whenever evolution takes place and the world continues destroying itself, I shall be revived. Farewell for now, descendants of light. You know, for a god of chaos and discord, he's got a good point. Not gonna lie. So chaos isn't inherently evil. He just has a job to maintain a balance before one side gets too far out of hand. But there is another counterbalance to him, called the goddess Lucerys. But we don't hear about her in this game. But I digress. That's the end of the final scenario. Killing score 930 points. Clear bonus 2,000 points to a grand total of 41,315 points. All of our commanders survive. As expected. Castle Seneferia crumbles. Thanks very much, Squallcloud. Appreciate it. I wonder whether we saved the world, or if we are on the path to ruin. Chaos, listen to me. I believe that as long as there is one human being left alive who has a sense of justice, the world will not be destroyed. Chaos. There is no reason for you to ever revive again. Bayard, I avenged them all. He was appointed commander of the Balchi Knights in return for his efforts in the last battle. Magic Knight, level 3. Calais, the castle. The castle is collapsing. She remained in the Empire Balchi as the court made you work to decipher the scrolls of the Magic Knight. Magic Knight, level 5. So if your commander survived, they get their own little text ending. Thorn. I made it finally. He left the kingdom on a journey without a particular purpose. Magic Knight, level 3. Carly, Alphador, are you watching over me? He returned to Solaris and is now living with his family peacefully. Magic Knight, level 3. Tiberon, Prince, we finally did it. He left the Empire after Alphador's death and went back to the sea as a pirate. Knightmaster, level 3. They kinda downplay Calais in this game because she's very important, lol. So, it was a long, long fight. She left for further training in swordsmanship. Dragon Knight, level 6. Mina, I wonder what her Chaos told us the truth. She married Garrett and became the Queen of Balchna, and is now living happily with him. Saint level 9. Of course she would marry... No, of course she would marry Garrett. Lance, after the final battle was over, his body could not be found and is still missing. Dragon Knight level 9. Yeah, he kind of pretty much vanished after Scenario 18, even though we never selected him for battle. Garrett, father, Baldarov. He returned to Baltia and acceded the throne. He had confined Warsong once again and is now trying to unify the land, seeking a warless world. King, level 7. Chaos, listen to me, stupid human beings. You should always keep this in mind, that as long as you fight against each other, I will always be revived. Always. Okay, staff. That's staff role. Producer, H. Suzuki. M. Takasugi. Assistant producer, H. Sato. Programmer, K. Souza. T. Oya. M. Amose. Graphic designer, M. Suzuki. Y. Ikeda. Character designer, T. Urusabara. Music composer Q. It's supposed to be S. Urushihara, not T. Urusabara, thanks to H. Yamamoto, H. Tsuda, N. Kawakami, Y. Higuchi, Morion, T. Saito Nakai. Executive Director, Y. Sivako. They keep bastardizing Urushihara's name. Yeah, don't bastardize the guy's name. He's really well regarded in Japan for his character designs. Warsong, TM and copyright 1991, Traco Corp Limited. Yeah, but you don't give credit to the Japanese publisher Masaya. Well, you know what? That's localization for you. Okay. So that pretty much just clears... Alright, so that is Warsong for the Sega Genesis. So are we going to go back to the beginning now? Or what? Yes, so this resets the game back to the beginning. Wait, I want to check something out first before we decide to go back to the regular bubble screen. One moment, guys. I don't suppose there is a New Game Plus mode to this, is there? I doubt it, but... Let's take a look. Nothing about a New Game Plus. Nothing. Yep, nothing. Okay. So we're gonna go back to the regular bubble screen now. Alright guys, that was Warsong for the Sega Genesis. Now, I'm not going to be declaring any caps for this particular game because it isn't exactly realistic to get all your commanders to a final level of 9 in their second class, and especially when you realize that there's also a third class called Ranger, which is extremely difficult to achieve. And, if I'm going to be RPG capper, I want to be the guy who caps everyone, not just one character. So that's also, again, as I iterated at the beginning of this stream, we call this an RPG capper strategy series, not a capping session. But if I'm wrong, and there actually is a way to cap all your commanders in this game, all the way from Scenario 1 to Scenario 20, I'd like to see that. You can, but you have to cheat with stage select, haha. Okay, yeah, because I don't want to have to use cheats either. That's the thing. I want to play the games properly as originally intended. But I can leave this up to you as the viewers and the subscribers and any other fans. I mean, if you guys want to look for it, if you guys want to see a do-over to this game in the foreseeable future where I do have to use the cheats to try and to use a stage select cheat to see if it's possible to cap everyone, well, we may try, but again, I tend to play the games as originally intended. That's the general rule of thumb, and cap them based upon the original programming. It's just funny to see how broken the Ranger is, yeah. But I digress. For now, Warsong is in the books. But also in the foreseeable future, we can be revisiting this game as under its original title of Langris, or yeah, as just Hikari Langris no Hikari, which is the original Japanese title of this game. So again, for now, we're closing the book on Warsong. And we are going to be looking at starting a new strategy series sometime in the foreseeable future. What game that's going to be, I'm not sure yet. There's a lot of candidates here. And there is one special game that I'm going to see that if I can even play it here on this channel, if my connection cooperates. Again, not going to give out any details. It's going to have to involve a little bit of testing on my end. So, with that being said, Squall Cloud 187, thank you very much for being here tonight. Very much appreciated your advice. Sword St. Michael, thank you very much for coming in. Lord Manny, thank you very much for coming in. Nefila, thank you very much for coming in. So, it's past 1 in the morning, and it's time for me to go to bed. But before we do so, let's see who we can raid tonight, shall we? I'm in the mood for a raid, so let's see who's still up. Okay, so we do have a few good friends here. There is Len or Len, but she gets a decent amount of viewers. Cobra Commanda playing Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Conquest. Professor Ramses could use a few extra views for his channel tonight, so let's give him a raid. So we're gonna put in the raid for Professor Ramses VT. Okay, so the raid's been set, so hey, say hi to Professor Ramses for me, guys, and we are going to end it with see you next stream on RPG Capper. Take care and have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.
Claw and twin missile launcher. He's so sickening. Straight from the comic book. It's Bond.
Verno Breaker! Bond, look out!
Battling evildoers everywhere.
Rawr! Go, Bond!
Live the adventure with Spawn.